so tricky. Yeah, it's pretty deep in that area right there. Looking good. I don't think anyone should be fearing away too much during these valuations at the current moment. These valuations are just too good to not be taken advantage of for anyone that's interested in those specific, uh, asset categories like Bitcoin mining. It's not that bad. We've seen worse days than that. But I'm expecting a. Oh. Yeah, I always forget to turn down the music. I always forget to turn it down. Um, but basically, what I was saying was in the current valuations in like MSTR and Mara, for example, they're just too good, and they're gonna quickly recover. I feel like people should be definitely taking advantage of the uh, the valuations that they're in right now. I finally got the TV going. Riot Monday and then Mara Wednesday. But like I was saying earlier though, I'm probably gonna make a video later tonight, kind of expressing, just stressing the importance of picking up like excuse me. Excuse me, damn. I hope I get better later so I can go to the gym again. Um, what I was trying to say was the importance and stressing the importance of picking up companies like Mara and MSTR. And these valuations are very important because we've seen this in the past plenty times when they enter when they enter these buy areas and keep picking them up as they make progress to the buy area, because they just recover very quickly, and these prices are just really good. $15 for Amara, bro. I mean, it's just amazing. And I don't think it'll last long. This won't last long in the green. This won't last long in the red. There's just outside news events, like stuff that doesn't, at the end of the day, doesn't really affect, that shouldn't affect them as much as they are. So then the actual value of it will start showing shortly after, once this like short-term nonsense ends. But I really want to make a video and just stress how important these areas are, because and earlier today Bitcoin came down and filled this area right here. So I want to see if it could come down a bit more and actually have a body of a candle close in it or something, represent that down here as well, so then we can maybe bounce off of the 120 moving average. But it's nice to see that we had enough momentum to break into the next little resistance area, which is also a new high from here. And it's the first time in a while that Bitcoin has broken over the 99,000 liquidity wall level. So there's a lot of momentum being built right now on Bitcoin. So it's looking pretty good. And then Mara and MSTR just hanging out in those accumulation areas, and it's a very important time. Also, bro, I don't know if you like to read or anything, but I'm working on this book right here. It's pretty good so far. Very informative. Oh, bro, if you're still here, I also should have said in yesterday's video, I said that a reasonable pullback in Bitcoin towards that 120 should also bring down MSTR and Mara back into those buy areas and create maybe like a deeper buy. And we're seeing that. So it's very, very good to see it's, giving traders more time to realize the importance of these valuations right now. So I'm very very, very excited to see how next week goes. And then, leading into March.
Invincible.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in our eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it just like the sunrise. We gonna let it rain.
Yeah, bro. I think soon, maybe next week, MSTR should pump back above that green area because these accumulation areas don't last very long before it pumps up and then, a constant retest. So there's a lot of momentum being built up. I think it's a really good buy. I was interested in either buying Mara or MSTR today, but I think I might instead buy more BitU. I really want to buy a lot more BitU. Um I'm gonna wait to see what happens towards the rest of the market day. Because if Mara or Bitcoin could come back down a little bit more and try to retest the 120, I want to pick it up when the RSI is maxed out to the bottom. Yeah, MSTR is really just like Mara. It's a really good buy in my opinion, and it shouldn't trade in these areas for too long before exiting the accumulation area once again. But I want to buy another $10,000 to $20,000 worth of BitU. I want to buy if it could come down and bottom out the RSI. I would like to add 10, like 5 or 10, in case there's any weakness early next week. Then accumulate the rest of it. Any weakness within the last week of February. So I'm just giving it a little bit of patience. Because I do believe it can break below the 120. I really think it can go below the 120 a little bit. And into the range right here where it traded right here. And that will be a really good time for me to accumulate. Like in the 95K area. Hey, show me. I said this holding on to 500 BitU. I want to buy more than what I have at these levels. But I said this earlier, I think before you joined Shlomi. But this swing high right here ended up being higher than this previous swing high, and we finally broke out of the 99K liquidity wall briefly. And we had enough momentum to go into the this blue area. So I wouldn't be surprised if soon enough we find support and then try to break back into this area a little bit more aggressively. 1563. That's a really good. 1563 is like right here, right? Within the red area. Ooh, man, it's gonna be exciting when this thing finds support and it breaks out of it once again. If the price stays low or even in this area by the time earnings come out, I think it's gonna be really exciting because I have a good feeling that regardless of what the earnings looks like, which I think it will be good, but the earnings call, they're probably gonna say something like have like a really good outlook for the year, and I bet they're gonna say something about issuing 0% notes on their shares and how they're gonna probably accumulate more Bitcoin, like improve their Bitcoin balance sheet. I wouldn't be surprised if they say something like that. Oh, here we go. We broke past this area, so now we can try to see if we can reach that 120, and then maybe go just a little bit under it. Try to max out that. I'll be ready to buy. Hopefully it happens before market close so I can. It looks like we have enough volume. It might. Yeah, just some patience. Like, I've been holding on to this BitU trade for like, I think about a month now. Waiting for this area to happen. Yeah, it's very highly possible. But if there is a pump, the earnings call should be what either holds the pump or just retraces from it. Their outlook is a very, very important deal. So let's just see what happens. I'm gonna try not to talk too much. I'm struggling to talk. Hopefully I get better soon. Because I hate talking and sounding like I'm gonna die. Well, if it does have, let's just say it, out of curiosity though, let's just say it happens to be at this level by the time earnings call comes out. If it does have that pump, it can break past the 120, and it can potentially hit that first area right here. And then if it does, then yeah, it will be like there'll be probably a dip shortly afterwards, kind of aggressively back down. Oh, I ended up taking out my spot position on Binance because I wanted to transfer those funds over to a ×2 leverage ETF at these levels instead of just holding it on spot. And so that's where I got the 20K from for this, to try to transfer it into here instead. I think it'll provide a better reward once the price finally starts pumping. It's possible though that today Mara could potentially break below 15 briefly, but it just depends. It is possible that Bitcoin could come down back into the support area. It's also possible, so I might, if I buy today, I might go light and just do 5,000. Just in case.
I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah.
Actually, 14 to 13 seems very possible. Just factoring in this move right here. Yeah, the thing is though, like Mara is aggressively accumulating Bitcoin too on their balance sheets. So like if when Bitcoin really starts pumping, well, they're gonna say something like that on their earnings call. Like they're mining Bitcoin and holding on to some of it. They have like basically no debt, and they're buying Bitcoin on the spot market. So they're accumulating Bitcoin and buying Bitcoin, aggressively growing. They're just they're just getting ready. They're building up for something very very interesting. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Mara not just goes into the 20s, but easily goes into the 30s later this year. It's just the background stuff, like the found. I always say this a lot, like the foundation that's being built up, not just on Bitcoin, but the foundation Mara is building up. It's just getting ready for Bitcoin's like next all time high and all that stuff. Although I think when Bitcoin does make a new all time high, it's possible Mara will be in the low 20s, but I don't think it will be in the high 20s. I think the low 20s is more reasonable.
sound the same. Yeah. For my broken heart, no remedy. But maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. My darkest memories might let me fall back. But you'll be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track. You can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Yeah. What's on the other side of inhibition? Ooh, I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so cool.
Ain't no love like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my love life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I don't feel this in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger,
This is the biggest crash of Bitcoin's history. No, I made a video last night explaining the likelihood of us coming down and having a more reasonable correction towards the 120. So I'm looking to add more to the BitU position. I want to add more to the BitU position if it could come down to the discounted portion of this retracement area right here. Add some more shares, maybe finally get the BitU position to be at least at 2,000 shares or something like that. Like what's going on today with the drop that we're seeing like across the board and stuff, even with the S&P and in the Nasdaq and all that. It's just like, let me see if I can find something that. Oh wait, maybe it's because of the VIX too. Hold on. The VIX has been on an uptrend, so we can see the, just volatility. There's not. I don't think there's any news really affecting this besides like interest rate stuff that's still kind of lurking around, and then let's see. I didn't see anything like significant really. It's just. Yeah, I don't think there's really any news. It's just volatility. It's just we've been up for quite a bit, and then a retracement was kind of necessary. That's why I've been keeping track of this resistance area for a while. I think I've been keeping track of this for like 2 weeks. But we had enough momentum to reach it, and also the swing high we had here is higher than this one, and it finally broke past the 99k liquidity level or liquidity line wall or whatever you want to call it. So it was time for a pullback. We reached it. I think there's a lot of buying in this area, so I would like to see the price come down to it so I can purchase some more. And if not, well, I just keep shooting up.
I'm coming closer. I will catch you. The time it goes tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Although, there is something I want to point out, and I mean, I hate having to move the chart around, but all these like resistance areas are meant for break of structure. So like what we're seeing here isn't different than like, let's see, what's a very clear one I can show you. Last time we had an area like that, like here, where we had same, but like if you consider what we're looking at now, like it's just like this, where we had a resistance area, have enough momentum to break into it, and then we see a consolidation or just a dip afterward to correct whatever rally brought us up into that area. So once we have a aggressive rally into a resistance area and we find resistance right at it, then we have to have a correction. And then usually corrections like this doesn't have to bounce at a imbalance area. It can bounce at whatever area had fluctuations in it. So like we had fluctuation here, it came down to it, and then eventually it pops back into it and more aggressively. It's just like, like this one, we broke it up into it a little bit. We had a correction back into a little like fluctuation area and then break back into it more aggressively. This one's the same. It's shorter because there's a lot of stuff going on here, so it doesn't overlap. Enough momentum to break into it, correction, and then back into it more aggressively. And then we just, we also see it on the downside too. But imbalance areas are very important. There's probably some imbalance here, just not on the hourly candles, maybe like on the 2 or 4 hourly candles, overlapping that too. But we had a similar area right here where we have a retracement, kind of like a retracement that we're having here, where we break into it, have a correction, and then maximize it eventually. Like stuff that happens often. So I don't think we're seeing something much different from that. Which is why instead of me wanting to accumulate first at the supportive liquidity walls down here, I would rather begin to accumulate additional shares of like BitU when Bitcoin is here instead of here. I mean the 120 is a strong, very strong support, but it's too close to it. The RSI isn't bottomed out yet, so I wouldn't be surprised if we break below the 120 a little bit this time around instead of finding support at it. And then soon enough, I strongly believe we will, just like here, we had enough momentum to reach it. Reach it. It's hard to talk when you're sick. But we had enough momentum to reach it, so I wouldn't be surprised if we end up finding support soon. We have some fluctuations here that can act as a magnet, plus, the retracement area from this whole move is this. So we find support. Wouldn't be surprised if we do dip below it. I'm going to continue to accumulate more as we go into this support area, because this is a very no-brainer setup for me. You've seen these big fluctuations in us trading in the discounted area. Stop. In the discounted area. So regardless, if we have enough momentum to reach it at the end of the day, we have enough momentum to eventually pump up and push into it a lot more. And I still strongly believe that if this doesn't happen next week, if we don't reach this area next week, then for sure, like in the first half of March, we will. It's just, there's a lot of bullish momentum building up, and the supply of Bitcoin keeps going. It's just supply and demand. So like eventually we'll have to pump up to here and then eventually make a new all-time high soon enough. So this is a very strong buying area, but I want to accumulate here. That's it. That's just the simple way of putting it. So I'm very confident in this setup, which is why I continue to hold. And then same thing with like MSTR and Mara. Like they're in a buy area. It's aggressively in a buy area. Someone pointed out a 13 to 14 bottom area, and it makes sense if you consider this move. So it comes down, super strong buy area right here, but we could potentially see it try to maximize the bottom of this area. So it's just overall this area, accumulation area, and then strong resistances up here. Earnings could play a big factor, but we got to watch out with that 120 moving average. But great buying opportunity in my opinion. And then MSTR, same thing. It's inside this imbalance area, which is a strong buying opportunity. This is invalidated. It ended up breaking down a little bit more, so I'm gonna remove this. So MSTR, great buying opportunity as it's in this area right here. I wanted to buy some Mara or MSTR today. But I love BitU so much. I really want to buy more BitU because I have like 10 to 20,000 that I'm willing to put into a trade or accumulate more into a trade, and I just feel more comfortable doing it into BitU, so I can maximize my share count as much as like responsibly I can. Oh, it is. Oh, it pushed up just a little bit, but there's enough momentum right now in these candles to push down a little bit more. We haven't really seen any clear like little 3-wave pattern forming here, so we can still see some more downside on this very easily. But like there's so much good buying opportunities right now, setting up for the next leg up. It's just takes a little bit of patience. I don't think I think I said this earlier, but I don't think even if Bitcoin finally goes up to the next high at like 110K, it's very likely that Mara could potentially be at the low 20s, but I don't think it'll be in the high 20s. But whatever they announce on their earnings call, it's gonna be a big deal. Their outlook is what I'm really focused on. Because consensus is already really high. Consensus is very high. So hopefully that doesn't ruin the actual earnings report. The actual earnings report. But the earnings cost is really gonna, I think, was what a lot of people are looking for. And just like I said yesterday, like I said it in the Viper trading community, but I said that Bitcoin is setting up. I said this last night before this dip. I said Bitcoin is setting up to move higher, although a short-term pullback that shouldn't last too long is most likely. So now we're having that pullback. So now we just got to see if I'm right or not, if it's gonna last long or not. So we still have like just over 2.5 hours of U.S. market open, or just hanging out. Volume's decreasing, but it might just be trying to make a little bit of a more clear, like maybe it's gonna have a little bit of a pump up to it, and then you just kind of fall. But I'm just being patient with it. But it's nice to see that the RSI is starting to bottom out, well above the last time it bottomed out, which was down here. So there's been plenty. We topped it out, and then we topped that out again. A lot of like, there's definitely a change of structure. There's definitely a shift of momentum happening. Last time we saw this happen was to the downside, which I think was here, where it wanted to set up for this like sideways movement. Although I honestly thought it was probably dip down a little bit lower, but it kept maxing it out to have a shift of momentum, a new structure form, and now I think it's trying to do that to the upside. Because usually Bitcoin doesn't have these characteristics in the RSI unless it's planning to finally break out of a structure. And now that it went over the 99K mark and a little bit into this area, it's definitely trying to set up to change the structure. So we just have to have patience with it. I'm gonna go get breakfast, guys. I'm just gonna leave this running. I'll be back soon. Just see what's up, and then hopefully we get that opportunity soon.
the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. And you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no. I live inside my own world of make-believe.
Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down.
I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
It's murder. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
I killed it. I killed it. I killed it.
I killed it, it's murder.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder.
Go crazy, berserker.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Simon. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want
in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 won't you let the light shine through?
Dang, below 15. Things are getting real. I'm getting ready to add more to BitU. It's just gonna be a $5,000 buy. I'm gonna conserve capital because we really didn't see much support at the 120 moving average to push this up a little bit and try to create like a little bit of a wave before a third wave, if that were to happen. I mean, hopefully not, because it seems like really good value, especially considering all the progress that Mara is expected to make this year as well. So, because it's a little bit more aggressive though, I do believe it's gonna potentially come down. I do believe it's gonna potentially come down back to the support area down here. So I'm trying to be light with it because I want to try to max out as much as. Thank you. I want to try to max out this dip as much as I can because right now my average BitU cost basis is around 55.5. So I want to try to bring that down as much as I can. And then have like over 2,000 shares, and then be a lot better, be a lot more like better setup, in my opinion. You know. Let's see. So it reached that gap area, a little bit of the that discounted area where the green rectangle is. So I want to purchase some more. However many shares I can get for 5,000, and then so yeah, $55.86 cost basis. So if I do a $5,000 purchase, I can buy 103 shares right now. Okay, cool. So now I have and I plan to buy more. That's why I'm going light, because I want to buy more. Yeah, 105k easily. I honestly think we can go all the way down to 94 again, potentially even 93, 92. It's very, very much possible, but I 150k up. Yeah, at least 150k. It makes sense. All the institutional, like what do you call it? All the institutional adoption is just gonna keep aggressively growing, and like eventually, like as the supply goes down and less Bitcoin is being created, it makes sense. It makes sense, right? We'll see what happens, but 150k at least. Because actually, my expectations, my just like conservative expectations, um, need to be updated. This is no longer really because this is too low for me. This goes all the way up to 150k. So like I don't feel good about that. I wanted to be more aggressive because it just makes the most sense to me. But let's see what happens, you know. We have I ended up buying the shares just now, but it won't update till maybe tomorrow. Like as you can see all the way down here, February 21st. I just bought 103 shares, but it's not reflecting the summary of my position. So 1,980 plus 103 shares, and then it shouldn't decrease the average cost by much. It's 55.86. So with the $103 shares, like I don't know, maybe it'll be like in 55.70s, maybe something like that. Today's the 21st. I think you're really well set off, in my opinion, Shlomi. It just takes patience, you know? These swing trades sometimes takes patience because a lot of this, like, a lot of this news that is coming out, it's just causing so much fear. So it's just delaying everything, in my opinion. But I'm still holding on to a lot of. I mean, my position right now with BitU is down like 14,000. But I strongly believe it will be up because of all the reasons I always explain and all the reasons I say in the videos and stuff like that. So it'll be very silly of me to sell at these levels. It just doesn't make sense to me. We'll be back up, man. We'll be back up. And you have a Parf has a really good so does Shlomi. You both have really good cost bases. It's all part of the game, you know. Yeah, I don't know if you were here tricky when I told Shlomi, but I just picked up another 103 shares of BitU because we can still potentially move down to the support area down here. So I want to try to max it out as much as I can to lower that cost basis. Yeah, I think that the position you have there is gonna be really good in my opinion. But we'll see, right? We'll see. None of us can tell the future, but we have a pretty good idea of what will most likely happen. Yeah, 13 and 14. It's possible. It's possible. But yeah, patience is key. So you can try to max out your buys at a really good time. But like pay attention to it though, because if we do fall down to that range of 13 to 14, like who knows? It might shoot up pretty quickly after. Like it doesn't tend to extend these supportive accumulation areas that much without soon enough recovering up. But it's all good. Like it's better to be in a good position than in a great position because good positions are easier to catch while great positions are much more difficult. If we shoot up from here, I won't be able to add more, but at least I've been accumulating at a really good level. So if I miss out on any more opportunities, then it just means upside from there. So we'll see. And I think oh yeah, perfect. I'm gonna be going to the gym when the market closes. I'm gonna leave the stream going just because I want to document and record all this as it continues to fluctuate. I believe we're in a really good time in Bitcoin, so I want to capture as much of this as I can. I agree. 30 at a minimum. 30 at a minimum for sure because they're just accumulating a ton of Bitcoin. So like eventually their balance sheet will have to reflect the proper fluctuations, right? So like it's just what makes sense. I could be wrong, but it's what makes sense. So far we're at the 0.618. Let's see if it holds support here or if we're going to continue down and try to reach this supportive area down here. Now since we bought there, I'm good. I'm not going to add any more. I'll buy again if the price comes down to like here. That's when I will add another 5,000. And even if I do, most likely I'm not gonna be able to sustain myself and like to not want to buy anymore if it happens to break below that area. I'm gonna add more. Right now I added 5,000. I plan to add another 5. But like if it drops more, I'll add another 10,000. And if it drops more from there, I'm gonna add another 10,000. Like I'm in this stock for sure. Yeah, dude. What are you gonna do today, though? I'm gonna do legs, abs, because yesterday I did arms, shoulders, and chest. So, and back. So. I mean, you gotta reward yourself, you know, I guess. Like, if you feel good about the decisions you're making, why not reward yourself, I guess, you know? Like, it's all good. As long as, because I know you're looking to buy a business, so it's like, as long as you don't need that money to do that, then, like, you're good. It's just disposable, you know. Make sure you set aside for taxes, though, when Mara goes up to 25. I think Mara will be at 25. Maybe summer. Like, I don't think Mara, like, it's very much possible Mara can be at 25. Like sometime in March, but I feel like after March will make more sense. Just dipping more, I might be able to add more to the position if it goes down enough. Yeah, you have a really, really good time horizon. So, like, I don't see why you won't be rewarded for it.
Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Get faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got 1 too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
I want to check that out. The 280 gap. Oh yeah, very much possible. It could. Let's consider a few things too. I haven't done this at all. I want to see if this somewhat overlaps. Oh wait, I think that's what this one was down here actually. Yeah, I think that's what it was. So if we do that, yeah, that's what this one is. But instead we kept holding strong, so then I think that got invalidated. So the next one I think is this. I think this is like the super like deep value area. If for example like if we were to break below this, then this is like a super crazy deep value area, because at that point their actual market cap won't really be in line with their what do you call it, the overall value that the company holds, like in their balance sheets and all that. Because right now it's at basically 79 billion market cap. So at this point, if it were to come down here, it shouldn't break below this too much, because again, their market cap just won't really be in line with the company's like financial like whatever it's called, the way they're everything on their balance sheets and all that. It's like at the end of the day, assets outweigh valuations pretty aggressively. I can't think of the right words, but hopefully that made sense. But yeah, I mean, we could break below that, but it'll have to be super aggressive to break below that because there's so much support right now. There's so much support with it, so. And then you got to think too, if they were to issue another $2 billion worth of shares with over whatever I said, it was like around 80,000 market cap or $80 billion market cap, then seeing like a 10+% dip just doesn't make sense either, because all of that has to align with each other. And then it will fight any appreciation of the assets they're holding, you know? Yeah, I agree. Show me. I think it's a really really great time to accumulate. At least, you know, if you have the proper time horizon of like, I feel like everyone buying now, like MSTR for example, if they can hold on to it by the end of March, I feel like that would be reasonable. If anyone has a much lower like time horizon than like by mid-March or even first week of March, then I think they're better off just being a lot lighter with their positions right now. Yeah, so both you and Parf don't need it right away, and neither do I. That's why I've been holding on to BitU for like a month now, and I can easily hold on to it for another month or two, like more. It's just I'm not in a hurry. That's why I'm trying to take advantage of all this. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before. I honestly think MSTR is gonna pump up above that green gap soon. I really think so, because there's not really a whole lot driving all these dips today. So it's mostly just a correction for like any overvaluations in the short term. Like for example, we had that FOMC meeting, which was like whatever. It was already expected, everything they said. But what do you call it? The jobless claims report came out worse than expected, which is good, and that's why I think we had enough momentum to go up into the blue resistance area. But it wasn't like dramatic. It wasn't bad enough to just make people believe that the Fed wants to lower rates. It wasn't enough to like cause any concerns. So I think this was like a reaction of it being worse than expected, because a lot of people thought it was gonna not be, and now this is the actual like result of basically saying that, you know, this just backs up what the Fed says of not being in a hurry. It wasn't bad enough to be in a hurry, but it was bad enough to cause some confidence, because it only came out to be 4,000 people more claim jobless claims than expected. So like it wasn't really it wasn't enough to really start setting off alarms and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna add more if it comes down to here. And unfortunately, if it doesn't happen today, then we have a whole like let me see if there's any holidays coming up. Hopefully not. We have like 2 days before we can, or 2 days to see what Bitcoin does before we can make any more moves. But yeah, no holidays, so cool. It's just a 2-day weekend then. And then we'll just see what happens over the weekend, and then maybe we'll have an opportunity to keep accumulating at discounted levels as we try to finish finish February and then see what March has in store. Like what the end of February has and then what March has in store. But hopefully in the last week here, yeah, 5 more days of 5 more business days. But basically hopefully the weekend is weak enough to give us another chance early next week to accumulate more if we are going to see a pump on the last week. And many times in the past we've seen the last week of bullish months, like historically bullish months. We always seen, and we saw this a few times in 2024, but like where we have a decline and then stay flat for like the majority of the month and then fill in all those like gaps within the last week. Oh, I didn't know Nvidia reports next month. I mean next week. I didn't know. That's gonna be hit because if they, I can't believe I said that, but I never said that'll be hit. But basically in the past, Nvidia's positive earnings was enough to move the market. So I'm very curious to see if this time around, if Nvidia has whatever earning report they have, like if that's going to be enough to move markets too. That's going to be very interesting. Yeah, on a Wednesday, I think that's 26. But I'm very curious to see if they're going to move markets or not. And then what Mara's earnings call is going to be. And then also if, like I said before, like in the past, we've seen historically bullish months start off down and then they stay flat for like the majority of the month. And then on the last week, it pushes up. And we're kind of seeing that again here in February. So I'm just curious if I'm going to be right or if I'm going to be wrong on the last week being bullish. So I'm very curious. We can easily start off Monday and Tuesday red. That'll be fine. But then as we continue on through the week, then so I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see if that's going to happen or not. But even if the end of February, so the last week even if it is bearish, I'm going to be buying. Because if we have historically February is a bullish month, and if we end up having a negative February, then that may be a really, really good setup for March. So I'm just very curious and excited at the same time for whatever direction it goes. If it goes up, I'm good. If it goes down, I'm good. Like, you just gotta have patience, I guess. But I just want it to go down a lot or up a lot, either or. I just wanted to do something. And but we'll see what this last week has to offer. We got 2 days to get through. I'm sure the weekend will pass by pretty quick. Oh, do you think, actually, let's take a look. Do you have any expectations for their earnings? Because if I look at their history, oh wow, it's been consistent. It's been very consistent and it's expected to keep going up. What's driving Nvidia to go up consistently on their earnings? Are they like selling a ton of GPUs to like, yeah, it's gonna be an easy beat, you think? We'll see. I think so. EPS change year over year, consensus actual. This is very interesting actually. And if you can catch like a most likely to be expected to be good earnings at a discount, like it should eventually just like fill it in, right? That's gonna be very interesting. They got a monopoly pretty much, right? Because like no one else wants like PNY GPUs. No one wants. I think what's the competitor, Radeon graphics? I think the hype is dying off. But like check that out though. Like it's kind of been trending down, so it's like it's gonna be very interesting actually to see how that goes. The only thing I am kind of worried about is I'm not worried about Mara having a good earnings. I believe they're gonna have a positive earnings and a good earnings call. But the only thing that worries me is that consensus is pretty high. I think it's kind of high, to be honest. I think they're gonna have a positive earnings, but I don't know if they're gonna beat consensus, and that's what ruins it too. Like all these like expectations kind of mess things up sometimes and make things look worse than they really are when they should be good. We'll see.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, no
like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star.
Didn't even get to bronze.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad, I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast, didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't shining like it's neon, rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to cross.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glance.
Oh, I was like, what position? You mean Zed? I don't know. I haven't seen his channel before, but I'm interested in checking it out to see what he has to offer. Oh, also, I think GME is gonna provide some really good upside sometime this year if they truly do start to buy BTC. I think I think the hype is gonna create some pretty good upside. I just don't know when. I'm trying to stay up to date with their news to see if they announce anything eventually sometime this year. But I just realized I looked at the news and I forgot that Bybit was hacked, and then that's why we're seeing this big drop in Bitcoin. Um, so if this is something like like it's just fear of one exchange being hacked, and obviously they're gonna recover from it, then I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't last long either. We just have to wait and see. If this keeps dropping down to this area before market close in like just over 30 minutes, I might buy more. I'm keeping an eye on GME though. I think they're setting up for something interesting sometime this year. I just don't know when. Yeah, all of our own trades, if they don't work out, we're at fault for them. And if this BitU trade doesn't work out, then I'm gonna get hit hard. But I'm confident with it. Yeah, it's always good to listen to other people and make your own decisions. I agree, Shlomi. That's what's up. I'm still gonna check out his channel soon though, cause I'm just curious to see what's up. I'm not gonna do anything else the rest of the day, and I'm gonna go soon. But I'm gonna leave the stream up because I just, like I said, I want to keep documenting these fluctuations even if I'm not here. But I hope you guys have a great day and night, because I think Shlomi, it's nighttime for Shlomi. Yeah, if they upload, they're wrong about something, and then they don't upload much. Is that what you're trying to say? Because that happens a lot. I think last year I made a few bad trades, and I made a video on making the bad trade. I don't shy away, even if I were to like have a massive like 5-digit loss that I lock in, I'll still definitely make a video on it, because when they lose trades, they disappear for a while. You see that all the time. Mara's gonna kick up soon though. I just don't know exactly when, but it's gonna kick up soon, being in that discounted area, and that's only if mid 2024, if it starts forming the same pattern. I think I'm not sure. I think Tricky used to follow me at that time, and he saw me make that like accumulation area, the do nothing area, and then the shaving off area. I don't know if you remember that. There was like I kept saying like it's just constantly going back and forth from it. Accumulation, waiting, do nothing area, and then selling off area, and I think if that starts forming, then this should be a really, really good accumulation zone. But we need to wait for the price to pump up and reach that like shave off area where the imbalances are to even consider that to actually be forming. But regardless, the valuations seem really good. And I think their BTC holdings are public. So like I think they have is it $2 billion worth of BTC? I don't know. Amara has at least $1 billion worth of BTC, but they're accumulating a lot more. I'm pretty sure it's higher than that. It's not as much as MSTR, but the difference is that MSTR's underlying business isn't getting good business, and instead a lot of their positive numbers are just coming from holding BTC. Unlike Mara, where they actually profit. I think they make. I think it costs them like 40 something thousand per Bitcoin they mine. So as of right now, every Bitcoin they mine, they're making profit, and they're also doing the 0% notes they're issuing. So then it's like they're becoming aggressively leveraged, just like MSTR. I think actually soon enough, when they stabilize more, I feel like they will be a lot more of a better better setup for any potential moves up. Regardless, I still think MSTR is gonna eventually reach $500 sometime this year, but as long as they don't sell any of their Bitcoin, I believe they will. But Mara's picking up and doing the same thing MSTR is doing, so it's just a matter of time to see what happens. But I think they're gonna mention something like that on the earnings call, though. Time will tell. But the RSI bottomed out on Bitcoin. It's starting to weaken a little bit. Let's see what happens in the next 30 minutes, and then this weekend, see what happens. And then I think Utah is about to, the state of Utah is about to start buying Bitcoin as well. And there's more liquidity walls forming to the upside. So like, I need to take a look at what the options look like on Mara, because yesterday I saw a video where I think it was Zip Trader. Zip Trader was talking about how Mara eventually soon will create a short squeeze for itself. And he basically said everything I just said earlier, but I feel like in more detail. I think it was this video. Like if you guys just check it out, I think it's a pretty good video to look at, and I actually think he's a credible trader. He's not. Yeah, it was this video right here, the one that says easy money, the one stock that will 10 times in 2025. He's actually a good trader. He's very knowledgeable and he doesn't BS or anything. I should be subscribed to him. I'm not. I think I was subscribed on my other channel. I mean, on my other YouTube account. Yeah, that's a good video, and he, like I said, he's actually like a good trader. He's not a BS trader or anything like that. Like, I think my top favorite traders are like Ricky Gutierrez is pretty good. Zip Trader, Tory Trades. I know. Tricky likes Tory Trades. She's a really good trader. Like, these are like no BS traders that don't hide anything. They're transparent. And if they're wrong about something, they will show it to you and show you a loss. Unlike other traders that like disappear for a while if they take a loss and don't want to show any red. But this guy, he's very informative. I like Zip Trader. He's pretty good. But yeah, he explains everything I just said, like in better detail, in my opinion, better detail. But and he also talks about like the risk and like downside to stuff. He doesn't just hype. He doesn't try to hype people up. He also, balances all that out pretty well. I'm gonna get going in a little bit. I'll probably go like just before the market closes, but I'm gonna leave this up and then just let it go, let it do its thing.
Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Oh no.
We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. Turn it. We about to turn it on. 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 We about to turn it on. Go, 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 go. We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on. We about to turn it on. about to turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. Turn it. We about to turn it up. 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 We about to turn it up. We about to turn it up.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
Hey, Michael, what's going on? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Consensus is pretty high for their earnings. At the same time, though, it should still be positive. It just might not meet consensus, or it might struggle to pass it because it is kind of high. And then, what else? The earnings call. I'm expecting that to be quite interesting because I'm kind of expecting them to say something about how they're going to continue to accumulate Bitcoin and hold on to it more. I think the earnings call will be positive. But I think your $14.75 cost basis is it's quite competitive. Actually, it's a in my opinion, I think it's a really really good cost basis. I wouldn't be surprised if Mara soon goes back into the 20s, maybe like late March, maybe or something like that. The actual earnings report is a big question mark, but the earnings call, I think it's gonna be positive, to be honest. And Mara is still trading inside the accumulation area, which is good to see before. So we'll see what Wednesday and then Thursday brings because it's post market when it comes out. So you too, man. Enjoy your weekend, and I'm excited personally for next week. So we'll see what's up.
Cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Memories die out too hard. We were traveling mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I